All right, guys. Good morning from the Philippines. Doing something a bit different today, since since the Christmas season has officially started now, as of September the 1st. The Christmas season here goes from September the 1st until I think about the second week of January. So if you love Christmas, this is definitely the place to be, man. We got the longest Christmas holiday on the planet. So yeah, so the wife and the kids get to decorating. I'm going to paint the living room today, and hopefully we can get the living room finished, and we'll do the dining room also maybe. But yeah, that's the plan for today. So hopefully this will go smooth, because I really want to get back to the farm instead of doing housework. But you do what you got to do. I wanted to have a live stream from the farm this past weekend. But man, it was a really crazy ass weekend. I'm still trying to fight off this tooth infection. So between the pain of that and the fever, and just not feeling good, plus we were super busy. But I've got some really big plans coming up for the farm next week. We're going to start building our new CR next week. So right on for that. Next week's going to be really busy starting Sunday. And then as soon as the CR is finished, we're going to start on the new kitchen. So yeah, for all y'all that like the farm stuff, we will be back there starting Sunday. Maybe even I'll go there some this week and do something, but we'll really just have to wait and see how everything plays out. We got a lot of stuff around the house I got to do, because the wife and kids, well, we were all supposed to go on a trip this weekend. Oh, my hands are oily. But since the work at the farm is going to start on Sunday, I need to be here on Sunday morning when the work starts. So it'll be just the wife and the kids going on the trip. Hey, good morning there, Brianna Garcia. How are you doing today? Knock this last little bit of Coke out here and get started. Already had coffee this morning. Man, you can't start a day's work without coffee. That's for sure. It don't matter if it's just here or if it's at the farm. Gotta have that coffee. Otherwise, it feels like the whole world just comes undone. Not sure what this color is going to look like once it's on here, but we're about to find out. It's got to be better than this blue color we got already. At least it'll lighten the room up some, I guess. We tried a lot of different colors on this wall over the years. It was even a dark red, more like a burgundy, I guess, for a while. Which looked good, but just made everything so dark. Painting is one of the easiest things you can do to immediately change how good your room looks. Spent about, man, I spent a lot more than I wanted to on this, but we've been needing to paint it for a while. I think a gallon of paint is about 1,000 pesos, I guess. And then we got about 2 gallons for now. I'm sure I'll need more. But 2 should get me through the dining room and the living room at least. As I go in there, what is that? Ashton Justified? How's it going? So far, color looks pretty nice, I guess. The real test would be when you cover the wall with it. But like I told my wife, she wanted me to test it last night so she could see if she liked it. I said, well, it don't much matter if you like it or not. We already bought it. You're stuck with it. It is what it is. Stuck with it for the next year. Till next year at Christmas. We paint I guess we paint this about once a year around Christmas time. Or not around Christmas time, but by the time the Christmas season here starts. But I I don't think we painted it last year. So maybe this paint is like 2 years old now. I really cannot remember last year at all, actually. Been a lot of sleeping since then. This used to be when I was growing up. It's always my favorite thing to do is when we did house painting stuff. I still enjoy it quite a bit, but when I bought my first house back when I was in the Navy, young, maybe 21 or 22. We bought this old house there, and it's actually a pretty rough part of Norfolk, Virginia. But we spent the whole first couple of weeks repainting the whole house. It didn't help that house particularly much, though. I think your first house is always a fixer-upper. Unless you just get lucky. And in that house, I didn't want to do a lot to that house, make it nice, because like I said, it's in a pretty rough neighborhood of Norfolk there. Or actually, it was in Virginia Beach. The house itself was in Virginia Beach. I mean, not much of a difference there. Norfolk, Virginia Beach, same thing. But it was a rough neighborhood. Even my car got broken into several times there. I learned real quick, don't leave nothing in the car. Take the speaker box and everything out and you go in. I should have bought some tape. That's okay. I'm gonna come back with a razor blade later and scrape it off the tile floor. Not a very big deal with a floor like this. If I can remember to come back and do it. As I can see here on the floor, I never got back to scrape it last time. Getting pretty hot in here already. I got plenty of fans going, you know, but it's that tropical humidity that's making it miserable. The humidity here will eat you up quick. It looks like this color is going to be pretty nice. I don't know if I'd say I was excited about it, but I'm really curious how it's going to look. They'll probably get the house decorated up for Christmas soon. I'd say at least by the end of the month they'll have it all nice and Christmassy here. Gotta buy a new fake tree this year though. We got rid of the one we had last year. It's getting kind of ugly already. So there'll at least be no Christmas tree up until I go find one to buy. But yeah, it's already, you go to the malls or anywhere, it's all Christmas decorations, Christmas trees, Christmas music on the radio. There is no escaping Christmas here. It's okay for me. Christmas has always been my favorite holiday. Not looking too bad. Not looking too bad. See these couple of these streaks coming down here. There's a leak in the metal roof there, I guess. I've never seen water running down the wall, but you get these streaks here. There's clearly water. So I don't know what the deal is with that. Gotta get somebody to check out the roof one day. Get up there and reseal it or redo it or something. I certainly cannot do roofing stuff. The way these roofs are made anyway, I'm actually scared to try to go up on it. Well, I guess they're sturdy enough. The roof don't blow off during a typhoon or anything, but the metal that's thin, the metal braces they put up look pretty thin to me. But I assume it's pretty sturdy. I'm just scared of it. Gotta buy some paint to paint this wooden trim up here also. I'll make sure to get that this year. I always forget that one or skip it. One thing you can say, at least with the heat here, when you're painting or varnishing, whatever you're doing, man, it dries quick. Unless it's something that's affected by humidity, like oil paint don't always dry so good here. But just using latex here on the cement wall, so it's fine. Especially a little later when the sun comes out, this wall will get really hot. Then things dry incredibly fast. Now, let's roll this ball and see what it's going to look like. See if I can also do this without making a mess. Somehow I was able to get it. Any of you guys are painters, no talking shit about my painting skills or lack thereof. It gets the job done, that's all that matters. And this wall is anything but flat. It's not cement blocks. They put metal forms up and just fill it. I was even here looking when they were building the house. The forms they use and reuse are bent out and bowed out. So the walls really got some issues. Maybe one of these years, I'll use some kind of cement filler, make the walls nice and straight and level. Hey there, Garrett Gibb. How's it going today? Good evening to you, buddy. And good morning from the Philippines here. Only about 2 times a year I actually paint. Now, for the Christmas season, and then every year when school starts also, or the week before school starts, whatever, I go and help paint the classroom or paint the desks and the chairs like that. I'm pretty sure I would not want to do this for a living. I don't like it that much. Good morning there, Patel Sam. Good morning to you. The new color don't look bad, I think. Yeah, it's morning time here. Hey, it's nice to put a fresh coat of paint on the wall. Just freshened everything up in the room. It always adds a big improvement. Chili. The dog at here barks at everything. She even barks at herself barking, I think. Yeah, definitely going to take at least 2 coats of paint on this. It'll look good for a while. Till the kids come home sweaty from school, leaning on the wall, touching it. You know, just all the normal wear and tear stuff. So this is so dirty here. It's not really dirty. I cleaned the shit out of it, but it's mostly where the back of the sofa rubs up against it. Yeah, it wasn't. Man, it was really a wild weekend, man. I really wanted to have a live stream from the barn there over the weekend, but I've been suffering with a tooth infection, and I thought it was okay. So, you know, like a stupid person, I stopped taking the antibiotic, and about 2 days later, it was back in force. So, I'm back on the antibiotic, and we didn't get to really do much at the farm over the weekend. But now I was saying earlier, we had a really big week at the farm coming up next week. We're going to build a new CR there, build a new bathroom. So that will probably take up most of the week. And then, as soon as we're done with that, we're going to go ahead and start working on the new kitchen there. Yeah, so a good word of advice. If you're taking antibiotics, take it for the full 7 or 10 days. Don't be stupid and think because you're feeling better, you can stop taking it. I know better, but we don't always do what we know we're supposed to do, I guess. Yeah, it really came back strong though. My whole side of my face was swollen up like a damn grapefruit. So we didn't do any, or I didn't do any work at the farm this weekend. We went there yesterday, just a really short trip. Just to talk to the one that's going to help build the CR and see when he can start working. Get a list of materials we need to get down there, stuff like that. But anyway, starting next Sunday, it'll be full-on farm work for several weeks, I guess. I got tired of taking the antibiotic. Antibiotics don't normally bother me. But this time, they've been tearing my stomach up. I'm not sure why. I've never been bothered by antibiotics before. That's why I stopped taking it before I should have, I guess. And then hopefully I can hold off until after the stuff at the farm is done the next couple of weeks. And then we'll get this tooth ripped out. Yeah, that's really a hard lesson to learn. When that infection came back, man, it was twice as bad as it was before. I've never felt a throbbing pain like that. But it's really just that, hey, it's just amoxicillin. I've taken amoxicillin all my life. I've never had problems with antibiotics. And for some reason, it makes me so nauseous, I can't even hardly stand up sometimes. So I also changed my eating schedule around a little bit. Eat at the time that I take the antibiotic. Maybe that was playing a part in it. Not 100% sure what was going on, but I know I didn't like it. Even this morning here, it's actually why I'm sweating so bad here in the house, man. Antibiotics got my stomach all jacked up. But at least here I'm not having to make a 30 to 45 minute walk. So I decided to stay home and do some house stuff today. Got to get the feeling better for next week. Kind of sucks. I missed the vacation the kids and the wife are going on, but we're going to a place called Fantasyland. I was looking forward to going there, but I think getting the farm stuff done for me right now is more important. Plus, if the guy's going to start working on Sunday, I have to be there on Sunday. I hate having somebody there working and me not being there. Not that I don't trust people. I just think it's kind of lame to have somebody doing the work for me and me being nowhere to be found. I like to be hands-on when it comes to stuff there or anywhere. Even when it comes to working on my car, I'll take it to a mechanic here. But I like to hang out with them and learn, help if I can. Certainly get in the way. Like to do what I can as long as I can. One day I'm not going to be able to do anything. Maybe by that point in time, I'll know enough to at least talk the kids through how to do it. Yeah, I was feeling so bad over the weekend. Even the walk to the farm yesterday about broke me. And I didn't take anything. I didn't carry anything with me. But there was really no way around the trip there. About the only time you can catch the caretaker is on Sundays, because he also works another job. Oh well, I can catch him there in the mornings when I go early, but my wife needed to talk to him about the construction stuff we want to do. Oh, man, that's probably some good money, isn't it? Diesel mechanics. That's cool. My father was also a truck driver. He actually died a couple years ago in a truck accident. He had a heart attack driving, and the truck went off the road and blew through the freaking way station, I think. It was a big mess. It was big news when that happened. I'm painting the living room and the dining room. Eventually I'll paint the other rooms also. The hallway going to the kitchen, I need to put some skim coat on the concrete there. And then I'll paint the outside also, so they can decorate the outside. I forgot what state it was my dad wrecked in. I don't have the news articles anymore. I can probably search it here real quick though. I got my computer open. Let's see, James Bird Briscoe. Oh yeah, there's a article here. See what it says. Oh, he wrecked in Indiana. He hit the way station on I-74. Northern Dearborn County. Where a semi truck drove through the scale house, resulting in they said here it resulted in his death, but they said he had a massive heart attack. Is why he wrecked the truck. That's pretty wild, man. Truck drivers really stick together, I think. Really tight community. I got, for almost a year after he died, strangers were always messaging me on YouTube, not YouTube, but on Facebook. They're telling me they didn't know my father, but they just wanted to give condolences or whatever. Yeah, a lot of them knew him. I still occasionally get a random message on Facebook from a truck driver that either just came across the article or just heard about it or whatever. Seems like a really good community of people that stick together. That was pretty wild, man, to say the least. Nobody wants to lose a parent, but losing one like that was crazy. Of course, nobody knew for a while what had actually happened. But he drove trucks as long as I can remember. He took a break one time because he'd had an accident. Either couldn't get his license or couldn't get insurance, whatever. Life is crazy sometimes. Damn, 120,000 a year? I'm in the wrong profession. I am pretty confident to say that I've never made that much money in life. Not a year. Well, had I stayed with the, if I'd have stayed with a private military company, I would have probably made quite a bit. But things don't always work out. And having the vantage point of hindsight, I'm glad it didn't work out. You will all have to overlook the house for the moment. It is absolutely in chaos because I'm painting and cleaning stuff up. So if you see something that looks overly cluttered, that's why. Just ignore it. Everything's always wrecked when you're painting. I mean, you can't very well take everything outside and just throw it in the yard. Although I'd like to do that sometimes. Anyway, it'll look good in case we have a Christmas gathering here this year. I'm not sure if we'll have Christmas here or if we'll do it at the farm. But the farm should be looking good by then also, so maybe we'll have Christmas here, then do New Year's at the farm, something like that. Man, that's some hard working hours there, buddy. $14 a day wear you down fast. Or I think it would me anyway. Yeah, that's a really hard decision to make. I'd be pretty stuck on that decision also. Everybody likes making more money, likes making good money. And when it's easy money, that's all the better. I think for me, what it would come down to would be, even if it's just easy money, do I want to work the rest of my life, or do I want to enjoy it? And if I had the means, I would choose to I did choose to enjoy it. I dropped everything to come here, and I hadn't regretted it once. But everybody's experience is not the same, though. I have met lots of people that regret it for one reason or another. What the hell is that? Oh, huh. Keep falling through. I've had quite a few brushes with my mortality in life. So I have a bit of a different outlook than most people would, I think. I learned that life is actually pretty short. It is certainly not guaranteed. And more so even just recently with my heart problems. But the way the world is set up, you have to work, or, most people have to work. You can't really get out of it. Oh, I made a mess. Maybe nobody will see that. Of course, it makes life easier though when you're doing a job that you like. If you enjoy your work, you can get through it a whole lot better. Most people get stuck in a job they hate. I always did. I loved being in the military. But every job besides that, I absolutely hated it. I think I was only fit for military service. I wasn't fit for a regular 9-to-5 job or whatever. Certainly not an office job. I'll stop for just a second. I'll catch my breath. Yeah, a lot of people come here with some pretty wild expectations. And then, of course, you got the ones that come here just to chase young girls. They also end up but most of them always end up in a bad situation, regretting life. But hey, that's a different story. But yeah, the aircon thing is not really a problem. Like I said, it's quite expensive to pay for aircon. But when I say that, that don't mean it's like you gotta be super rich to have it. It is certainly affordable. And you may get here may adapt pretty good. I did. I adapted pretty good to it. I also used to have an aircon 24/7 when I first came. Now right now we use it at nighttime only. But that's just a new occurrence. The weather has really been unnaturally freaking hot the last couple months. It also depends on what you want the aircon. If you want the air condition, of course, it'd be more expensive if you want to air condition your entire house, as opposed to just maybe the bedroom or just the living room, whatever room you spend most of your day in. Plus, the aircon that we're using is a bit more expensive anyway. It's at least 5 years old, 6, 7 years old maybe. Just a window unit. But you can get the efficient split type air conditioners to put in. And from what I understand, they're a whole lot cheaper to operate. If I ever get to the point where I want to aircon the whole house, that's what I'll get, one of the split units. There are part of it's outside, part of it's inside. And then it will cool your whole house. So yeah, if you just budget for it properly, there's nothing to have to worry about. Maybe you said your financial situation there is pretty good, so what is this guy? What is it, doggy? No, you stay there. Don't come in here and get paint all over you yet. Yeah, I agree with you there. You should do that for anywhere you plan to move, actually. I mean, I would never go anywhere, just suddenly sell everything and pop into a new country like, here I am. You should definitely come here and live for 3 to 6 months. Then make your decision. If you want to stay, if you want to go back home. You don't sell your house and all your belongings and just move somewhere. Leave your options open. That way, if you don't like it, you have somewhere else to go back to. That's basically what I did. I came here, stayed about 6 months. I went back to my one and only trip back to the U.S. since I came here. I went back home for like 3 months just to get everything in order, get rid of everything, put everything up. Then I was out. And for me, I didn't even know what my intention was when I first came here. I didn't know if we would stay here, if we would get married, move back to the United States. Just let time work itself out. But that is definitely something that should be in the traveler's handbook for people traveling abroad. Somebody should actually come up with something. Should be a blog post somewhere that gives all these little hints and tips and stuff from everybody. But I knew immediately, even when I was here in the Philippines, many, many years ago in the military, even though I didn't get to go out on the town or anything really, from what I've seen in the country, I already fell in love with it. I knew I'd have no problem living here. But that was probably 10 years before I actually came here. Or before I came back. That, and my decision to leave the United States was more about self-preservation. I was pretty lost in life, actually. I was out of the military. I was hurt. Well, I was out of the military. I was out of the private military job. I was injured. I was back in a place I never wanted to go back to, which is my hometown. And I was falling back into the old habits that made me leave to begin with. So my decision to leave was about saving my own life and actually finding my life again, which I did all that here in the Philippines. I was able to find meaning in life again, a way to continue in life. And I was able to find a way to make my life feel purposeful. Which was really what I was missing. It's pretty hard when you can't do the only thing you like doing anymore. So for me, that was the military. And even if I got out and I could have went back in, but by that point, I was damaged goods already from the other. They don't like to keep you around anymore once you've been shot up. But I knew if I stayed where I was at, because of my depression and everything else that was going on, I would not still be around today had I not left. I'm not saying that just moving here changed everything. Your problems definitely follow you. I wasn't just magically healed because I left the country. It was something I still had to work at, and I still to this day work at it. I've got, what do they call that, post-traumatic stress disorder. And at least I had major depression disorder, some other stuff, anxiety. You know, you can get all kinds of screwed up from stuff. You used to have to take all kinds of medicine. I don't take any of the medicines anymore. I do good without them. But that stuff never leaves you. It stays with you. I still even get really bad social disorder, or social anxiety rather, when I'm out in public. I find it really uncomfortable. And the louder the place is, the more uncomfortable I find it. Hey, everything works out for a reason, though. It'd have probably been every bit my intent. I would have spent 20, 30 years in service in the military in one way or another, whether it's active duty or a private contractor or what. Then I would have missed out on so much in the world, though. So a life don't always pan out the way you want. Sometimes it might just be for the better. I think another thing that surprised you about the Philippines, I honestly think this is the loudest country in the world. And I'm not necessarily saying that in a bad way, but You don't know noise until you've been to the Philippines. Even now, I don't know if my microphone's picking it up. But I'm here at the house in the city, and you can still hear roosters crowing nonstop. Maybe the microphone's not picking it up right now, but somewhere there's a couple of roosters going crazy. So yeah, you got the roosters that crow nonstop. You've got people that just spontaneously bust out into karaoke in the neighborhood at all hours of the day and night. Then, of course, you got the traffic, loud motorcycles, loud trucks. It's definitely an interesting place. And there seems to always be a fiesta going on. So you always hear the marching bands or the singing from that. It's fun. It's not a complaint, it's just that is just how life is here. It's a noisy life here. But I know that can be hard for people. Even for me, that I have such anxiety problems. It can really be interesting sometimes, but you just go with the flow. If your neighbor's singing karaoke at 2:30 in the morning, well, it's just what it is. This subdivision we live in here it's pretty peaceful here. Most of the people here stay to themselves. But even in here, it gets quite noisy sometimes. There's a birthday going on or a celebration somewhere. You will certainly not be bored living in the Philippines, that's for sure. Then depending on your neighbors you have, they'll keep you quite busy also. They'll always invite you over for evening drinks or midday drinks or morning drinks, whatever. And the thing with the feeding here, you go anywhere, anybody's house, they're feeding you not just really a snack most of the time. Most of the time they're trying to give you a full-blown meal like twice before you leave, and snacks. And when you go visiting, you go visit somebody here too, there's no such thing as I'm just going to stop by for a quick visit. If you go visit somebody, maybe it's their happy day off, you're going to be there for a while. And generally for the reason I just said, they're going to try to feed you at least twice while you're there and give you snacks. That was one of the hardest things for me to adjust to here, and I still struggle with it at times. It's just the pace of life. Even after being here for 11 years, I still have it ingrained in me that to try to rush for everything sometimes. And you just can't do that here. It don't work here. That is not the way life in the Philippines works. It's a hard habit to break. I mostly do pretty good with it, but I still get impatient sometimes. I mean, the color's looking pretty good. I think it's done pretty good for the brighten everything up pretty good in here, I think. And in fact, like I was saying earlier, our neighborhood's pretty peaceful, man. It's actually, our neighborhood's actually quite boring to the normal Filipino neighborhood. I don't know why our place is so quiet. It's not no fancy upscale subdivision. There's plenty of people around all the time, but they stay pretty quiet. Maybe everybody that lives around here is always busy. I ain't making a mess of myself. Oh, come on. I clean one drip and another one falls. We want to get this finished and I'll go to the farm tomorrow. I think the kids are at school again tomorrow. But maybe I just need to take care of this house stuff. The next couple of weeks, I'm going to be at the farm nonstop. I'm not going to have any time for house stuff. So what time? Oh, 9:30? Day's sliding right on by, isn't it? I think this is going to take a bit more paint than I thought. Which is unfortunate. I only bought 2 gallons. And paint is expensive. I don't know why, but it's expensive. Or I find it expensive. It may not actually be expensive, I just find it expensive. take a quick little rest here for a minute. They fix me some more Coke. Yeah, I know that's the wrong thing to be drinking, but it just tastes so good. There we go. I think this other one's dry now. Can give it a second go. Yeah, sure, there's a big glare on the wall, isn't it? Never really noticed it before. Oh, the sun comes through there. Oh, because I got the curtains down, that's why. No wonder. I about made a big mess. Almost stepped in that bucket of paint. That would not have been good. I think I need to stop for a second and put my camera on the charger. Let's check this. Ah, 50%, still we're good. Don't need to charge it yet. Need to charge myself though. I lost my drink and everything. I can't really tell what the wall looks like for now. Maybe tonight, when it's dark, I'll be able to see it better. Or in the afternoon when the sun's not glaring right in the window. Getting pretty cloudy here. Looks like it might rain again today. We got one beast of a storm yesterday afternoon. A really wild storm we got. My wife is really scared of the thunder and lightning. So it's never good when it's storming. She's not into that at all. Me, I find it peaceful. I find the thunder and lightning to be peaceful. She, however, does not. Just outside here looking, my date palms are starting to sprout. They were actually already sprouted before I put them in the soil. But now they're starting to break through the soil, so it's good. That one I'm excited for. That was just a silly experiment that I didn't think would work. I actually didn't think I could grow dates from the ones you buy. Maybe the sun will stop glaring. I can see what the wall looks like. See if I did an okay job or not. think it's gonna be okay. I think I like the color. As far as a tool, that I'm not really sure of, man, because most of the tools we use are just simple hand tools. There's no power or no generator there at the farm. These only tools we use are just a handsaw that I have, and the bolo, or the sundong it's called here, the really big knife like a machete. That's like the all-purpose tool around the farm. I just got a gas-powered mower. That was man, that was quite the investment actually. But it's something we really had to have. Because I can't, it's hard for me to hand cut that much grass, but other than that, we don't use a lot of tools really. If we had power at the farm, it would be different. I would try to get a lot of power tools and stuff. But almost everything we do at the farm is just manual labor. The most simple of hand tools. I don't know if you've seen any of the live stream there where we were building the staircase. Even those really thick wood slabs we had, he just used the sundong, which is like a machete, to cut through them and make the staircase. Yeah, I have fingernail paint under my fingernail for weeks now. Life here in general, and especially in the farm and province areas, is a lot more simple than what you would really think or expect. Oh yeah, I feel safe here. I've been a lot of places here. I even went to Zamboanga City. I know a lot of foreigners live in Zamboanga City, but we went to Basilan province, which has a really bad reputation for not being safe. But from my experience, I have never been anywhere here in the Philippines I didn't feel safe. If you go to these places, you don't talk shit about the local customs or the local people. You don't draw unwanted negative attention to yourself. And generally, you'll be safe just like traveling anywhere else in the world. But I have personally never been anywhere where I felt unsafe. Never felt threatened. Never felt unwanted. I have a lot of really nice pictures there on Facebook from when we went to Basilan. Everywhere we went, it was just smiling faces. No, not a lot of people really go there. And for sure, not a lot of foreigners go there. So they were really excited to see me as a foreigner walking around there and checking places out. That is what a lot of people are told. And the Muslims here are just like the non-Muslim Filipinos. In my personal experience, they are just as friendly and just as welcoming as the Christian Filipinos. Now, there are bad Muslims, just like there are bad Christians. Just because of their religion, don't automatically make somebody good or bad, right? But yeah, Mindanao as a whole has a bad reputation. And there are some bad elements around. There is some, I don't know if it's still going on, but there was some Abu Sayyaf activity here in Mindanao. Plus there's a couple other groups, like the NPA, stuff like that. And there have been foreigners killed in the past. There's been foreigners been kidnapped in the past. There was one just recently, and I don't want to talk bad about the guy because he's dead, but I think the situation he got himself into was one of his own making. He was living in a complete Muslim area, which is fine. No problem there. I would do it. But he was there posting stuff on YouTube and other social media, just talking shit about his neighbors and people that live around him. And then I think he was lending people money, just making a big spectacle of himself there in a negative way. But anyway, this guy was kidnapped. He was put onto a boat, taken out to sea, and was killed somewhere. And that's the only incident I've heard of in years that involved trouble like that with a foreigner. And I really do believe that his experience was one of his own making there. I mean, that should be just a golden rule, man. You don't talk shit about people where you live at. What is that they say? Don't shit where you eat? Well, there you go. And I don't know the whole story behind it. I didn't dig into it a lot. I mean, it interests me that it happened. I felt bad that it happened. But I really think that was a problem of his own making. The thing was, I think he'd already been told by the locals there he wasn't welcome or wasn't wanted or whatever, and he stayed. If you live in a place like that as a foreigner, as an outsider, and you're clearly not welcome or wanted, there is absolutely no reason to stay there. I mean, if I ever went somewhere that, especially if I was told by the locals, man, you're not wanted here. You're not welcome here. It ain't going to do you no good to stay there. You're just inviting trouble. Especially if you don't understand the local customs and local way of things. But yeah, that's the only incident I've heard of in a long time. Like I said, lots of foreigners live here. Oh yeah, like what do we call those? I think you're talking about a tiller. No, I've never seen nothing like that here. The ones we use here is pulled behind it's like the 20s, 30s, and 40s in the United States. Except instead of using a horse to pull it, they pull them behind it by a carabao or a cow. You don't see a lot of machinery like that on small scale farms because it's hard to get the gas there to use it. It's hard to get it worked on if it breaks. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. We used to use those at my grandma's garden. They're really nice. But if you had one, the first time it broke or wouldn't start, it would just become a decoration. There's nobody here that could work on it. No spare parts for it, stuff like that. You see the really big ones here that are pulled behind tractors sometimes on the really big farms. But just a place like ours, especially one that's so remote, I'm pretty sure we'd never even be able to get it to our farm. But that would sure make life easy. But plus, most of our farm is hilly also. So there's a lot of negatives there to machinery, I think. Yeah, it'd be really hard to get it there. Plus, you have the problem of hauling fuel there. Now, where our farm is, everything we take there we have to carry. You know, it's even if I'm walking with only my backpack, it's a pretty hard 30-minute walk at least. And then if you're weighed down with stuff, it can be even longer, but you know, if I have something like that and it breaks, I've got to carry it back out, somehow bring it to the city, try to find somebody to fix it, and then you got to bring it back. So yeah, for us, any kind of machinery like that's a no-go, I guess. We just do everything the more traditional way. Just tie the plow behind the old carabao and go. We'd even talked about getting a four-wheeler or an ATV for the farm. But even that, after considering all that was involved in it, would be more trouble than it was worth. Eventually, I'm gonna have to buy. I'm gonna have to buy a. I thought about buying a horse. It's always nice to have a horse, but the native water buffalo, the carabao, can carry more than the horse. It can do more than the horse. It can work more than the horse. I only wanted a horse because the kids enjoyed riding them, but I'm eventually going to have to buy a carabao. We need it because we can have a sled or a trailer made for it, that the carabao can pull. That way we can haul stuff a little bit easier to the farm. Plus, when we get to doing lots of crops, we'll need the carabao to help plow the big areas of land. The only problem with the carabaos are they're terribly expensive. But it's a good investment. It's just that initial paying for it gets you. And I'm not sure right off. They run anywhere from, to get a young one, anywhere from maybe 10 to 20 some thousand pesos. But that is one of our goals for the short-term future. We got to get one. Anyway, you get your investment back from it. It does a lot of your work for you. And if you have a female, you can breed it, and of course get another cow or a carabao from it. If you have a male, you can rent it out for the stud service. And people come pay you to let your bull breed their cow like that. So they're a good investment no matter how you look at it. Because I've always been scared of that big payment to make up front. I'm always sticking what money I have into other projects, but I'm really gonna have to make way for that one. The time's getting near now. A lot of our fruit trees will be bearing in the next couple of years. We're gonna have a way to haul all that stuff out of there. And the carabao is the best way to do it. Like I said, it's still a couple years, but if you buy a calf, it'll still be a couple years before it's ready to really work for you. I don't know how long it takes before they can really start working, but I know it's not right away. See, a lot of people use the cows here. Also, they have the Brahma cows here. But the native carabao is so much stronger. And they're quite a bit more gentle than the cow. You know, like now to get, we've got to take, yeah, I think the top end there for a Carabao is about 20,000. They're really pricey. But you can always make your money back though. Like even now, for the CR that we're building next week, we're gonna have to rent a Carabao because we have to haul like 100 and some cement blocks all the way to the farm. So we'll rent somebody at the helm of the Carabao to carry all the stuff down for us. So once you make that initial investment, you can always make money with it. But even if you don't do that with it, it pays for itself because it'll do all the heavy lifting for you around the farm. It'll do all your plowing. It'll carry all your fruits and vegetables up. Not only that, I find them to be beautiful, amazing creatures. I absolutely love the water buffaloes here. That I've always been told by farmers here, that is the most important farm tool in the Philippines, is the Carabao. And they're really cool. You can ride them also. You see people riding them like horses everywhere. Even just going down the road, you see somebody come strolling by on top of a big ass Carabao. Oh, sorry about that. Just taking me a quick little break there. Looking for my, oh, I've been looking for 2 hours for my vape and just found it. I bought the wrong flavor for my vape. I think the one I had before was salted caramel. This one is just caramel, I guess, and it, man, it's not good. But I shouldn't be using the vape anyway. So I guess the worse it tastes, the less I'll use it. It tastes nothing like caramel. I don't know what's going on with that. But I know I'll pay better attention next time. I'm really excited about getting the CR in the kitchen made. It's gonna be a fun week next week, so make sure you tune in and check it out. I guess we'll try to do a live stream there every day while we're working on it. Just so people can pop in and check out the progress. But I'm more excited about the kitchen. Can do some proper cooking. Can bake bread. Do anything in there then. That's one I'm still stumped on though. I've got the cooktop figured out. How we're gonna do the cooktop. I've got to figure out how to make an oven though. I would like to have a more permanent homemade oven there, but there are some pretty nice ovens that people here make just out of metal biscuit cans. So maybe we'll do something like that. If I can't figure out how to make a permanent oven, we just have to make a homemade one every now and then. I can always do one like you do a pizza oven, a brick fire oven, but that's not really what I'm looking for. Ones I've been looking at, you just build a fire above and below, and then your oven's in between the two fires. Which is nice to be able to make some the traditional bread and stuff here at the farm. Speaking of which, I actually forgot. I've got to order the cast iron rings for the cooktop. Aye. Don't mess with me. Well, that's 2 walls taken care of. Turn that fan off so I can sweep in here. Stop blowing everything everywhere. You know, you get some pretty shoddy stuff here sometimes. Let me find. I bought some sandpaper yesterday. And you gotta see this to believe it. Can't even fold it. Look, it disintegrates. Can't even use it. Turns into a fine dust. I don't know where this is made at, but I will not be buying that anymore. That's what you call some quality materials there. And that's something you run into quite common. You always get some bum materials. Yeah, I found that pretty annoying. Pay like almost 30 pesos a piece for a sheet of that stuff, and it don't even work. Not even close to working. I don't know if that particular sandpaper is local made or China made, but that is quite funny. It's more funny than it is annoying. I'll just mop this floor here. Now, kind of, sort of move the furniture back in place so I can do the other side of the room. Turn the fans back on. Before I have a meltdown. Mop the floor here just a little bit. Everything got pretty dang dusty. Just this half of it. Then I'll get this side. I've already been through basically a gallon of paint. But the kitchen wall is small though, because the big wall has towels on it. So hopefully there will be enough. I don't want to get halfway through it and not have enough paint to finish. It's taking a while for the mop bucket to fill up. The water pressure is low today for some reason. That's another thing you have to get used to here. Your utilities are not always up to par. But the water and the power. A lot of places you have really low water pressure. And then the power may get brownouts and such. For no apparent reason, your power just goes out for hours at a time. Then they may get around, after the power gets back, they'll post something on their Facebook page telling you the power is going to be out that day. But, you know, it don't matter then. It's already back on. But just something you have to adjust to here. The utility infrastructure is not always great. And some places are definitely worse than others. Our place is pretty good, though. I mean, the power goes out some, but there's absolutely no reason to complain about it. You can't do anything. Now, this is something I'm a professional at. My many years in the Navy taught me how to mop. I can scrub a deck like a professional. I don't know if that's something to be proud of or something to be annoyed about. They don't jokingly call sailors swabby for nothing. I'll let that dry up a few minutes. Then I'll move the sofas back into place, just away from the wall. I would bet anything that as soon as the kids come home today, the first thing they're going to do is see a nice new painted wall and get their freaking hands on it. Why? Because that's just what kids do. They don't want to touch it because it's new and it's clean. I would bet anything on that. But my floor getting dry yet. Oh no, we don't have a water tower. We just we just tap into the natural. We got 2 natural springs there on the property. So we just tapped into the natural spring. And then I've been looking at making a ram pump to get water out of the river. I think making a ram pump, from my understanding of reading about it and watching some videos and stuff, it looks pretty straightforward how to make one. And for me, if I can get it to work, that's a better alternative than a solar pump. Seems pretty straightforward how to make a ram pump. Just need to get the water to drop enough. Then it'll pump it up hill out of the river. I think they call it a hydraulic ram pump. But the spring water we tapped into, that water is good. That is some delicious water. And I've never thought water tasted good before. Just something about spring water. It's really refreshing. It's cold, it's refreshing. But we got that piped in. We're going to pipe that into the kitchen. And then we have it now piped in also into the restroom. But if I can come up, or when I decide to try to make a ram pump, we'll use that for watering the crops and such. Keeping the fish ponds full like that. I just need to do a little bit more research on how big my intake pipe should be and how much drop I need. Maybe it would be trial and error. I just need to try a few things and see what I can come up with. But they appear they work pretty good. I know I'll need to make a small little dam there. Let's get this sofa back over here out of the way. Without touching the wall. Yeah, I've got stuff everywhere right now. Just overlook the mess. Any mess you might see. I got stuff stuffed in everything, stacked everywhere. Get everything pushed basically back into place. My shitty sandpaper I don't know what to do with now. Man, I lost my dustpan. Oh, right in front of me, actually. Well, we got this area to get. Wow, I just about stepped off the chair I'm standing on. I have no doubt that'd have been something that went viral. Yeah, really good to get this out of the way before the kids are out of school again. We gotta get some air flowing back there. Man, that's hot. And I gotta find the extension cord for the camera. All right, guys, I have to pop out this microphone so that I can charge the camera. There we go. It'll be a little bit more noisy in here now, but it'll be okay for the time being. Hope it won't be too uncomfortably noisy. Pretty annoying to get to the pan back here so good.
Okay, so that's fixed it.
Pretty violent back there in that corner without the pan.
There.
That should be better. Oh, much better. I get some black paint, I think, for this wood trim up here. I started with it over there, it looked pretty good. I'll do the rest of it in black.
Got the bumper off.
I know we own this one. We bought it. Let's say we bought it 7, 8 years ago, I guess. I don't really remember. It was 7 or 8 years ago for sure. We've been here for a while. Before we were just renting a one room pad, which was good. It was nice, but then we had the first kid. Needed something bigger. Yeah, luckily we moved because then we had the second one. We'd have ran out of room really quick in the one room pad. We've added on to the house a few times since we first had it built. Put a few extensions on it. Yeah, we've added to the house a few times, redone some things. But it's ours, at least. Alrighty, back to this part. Oy. About stepped right in that bucket of paint again. I'm gonna make a disastrous mess for it's over with today. We can see. I can feel it already. Next year, I'm going to get some skim coat and I patch some places in the wall, I guess. A lot of the corners have some nicks and dings in them now. But then I'll have to wait till, I didn't realize it this time. I'll have to wait till next year. Next year's painting. Maybe we need to do some cement work. Alright, time for a quick little break. paintbrush for a while. At least the rolling part goes a little bit faster. The paintbrush part sucks. Like, really sucks. Well, that's 1 gallon of paint down. So, got another gallon here. There may be enough to do. There may be enough to do the dining room also. At least I'm hoping. This thing said pull before. It didn't pull anyway. Oh, this one works. It is operator error on the other bottle. Well, this one sort of worked. Oh well. Please note for future reference. Alright, have we met? Leap of faith. Sometimes it's a leap of faith. Sometimes you just have that feeling, you know, that this is the right person. But yeah, you really never really know. But we actually met online, and we chatted for a long time. I came to visit, then really not a whole lot to that story. But I pretty much knew. I pretty much knew, you know, she could put up with me, so if you can put up with me, you're the one. She can handle my craziness. That was enough for me. I just joked a little bit there. Also a little bit serious on that. we met in person the first time I came here. And then I don't know, it just felt right. I don't know how to explain that one. Yeah, I was married before also. I got married when I was young in the Navy still. You know, sometimes stuff just doesn't work. We were also married quite a long time, but maybe that's only because I was always gone. I'm not sure. Hey, I'm not so sure about the try it again thing. I think I mean, nothing will. Of course, our marriage hasn't been perfect. We've had our arguments and such, but you know, if anything was to happen, I don't think I would ever take that leap again. Twice is enough. And you know, my wife didn't have to put up with me. she already had her own money, her own career, everything. That she still works. Our relationship was definitely nothing about money like that. She was already set in her career. I mean, not that I have any money to give her anyway, but it still wasn't about that. Yeah, if you can't handle my version of crazy, it ain't gonna work. And same the other way. If I couldn't handle her brand of crazy, and she has her brand of crazy, trust me, it wouldn't have worked either. You know, but there was definitely a lot of cultural differences we had to get past in our marriage. And even still, sometimes the cultural differences come up and make some small problems. Put some waves in the ocean there, so to say. But not that they can't overcome them. It's usually just miscommunication. And I think one of the biggest ones is I joke a lot. Like I really joke a lot. And she sometimes misinterprets that into me complaining or making fun of her in some way or something. But it's not that way, it's really just me joking. Just culturally, she sees it as a different way than I see it. So I try to be mindful of that. I've had to learn over the years that try my best to be mindful of that. But that's really caused some pretty big hiccups in the past before. She's really gotten quite angry over a few things I've said. And they were said innocently, but just different cultures, different people look at things differently. For me, it was just something innocent. For her, it was not. And you know, it's pretty funny too. People, people always try to ask me about Filipino women, but I have nothing to say. I have no idea. I've only ever dealt with one. Only ever dealt with my wife. I don't know what other ones are like. I don't know if they're all the same or. I only have experience with one. You know, I don't know the first thing about dating here or anything. I mean, we met 12, 13 years ago. Or longer. I can't give anybody advice on that. And I sure wouldn't try. Oh yeah, man, we really appreciate that, and we have actually not been out yet because of me feeling bad over the weekend. But they are out of school, I think, for the next 2 days, and they want to go out and make a little video, so we will get that done and get that uploaded as soon as we can. They will really appreciate that. And I greatly appreciate that also. You really didn't have to do that, but it is greatly appreciated. I think they want to try the new, what is that? Dunkin' Donuts uptown. Well, they're also talking about there's a coffee place, Seattle's Best. They want to try that also. I don't know how it is there, but here, I just found out. Like I took my daughter to Starbucks the other day. You can actually get those flavored lattes and stuff with no coffee in it. So if you have kids, they can still enjoy it, just no coffee. I didn't tell the girl that, but her iced coffee had no coffee in it. So if they decide to go to that Seattle's Best, it's okay. They can enjoy it without coffee. I'm almost positive my daughter would have been heartbroken if she'd have known her Starbucks coffee had no coffee in it. We would have to be waiting behind that door if we remember how. Now we figured it out. I'll find out for sure later when they get home from school if they're off tomorrow or Wednesday or both days. And then I'll either take them out for coffee in the morning or the next morning, or take them to Jollibee to eat breakfast. They like Jollibee also. That's that's the national restaurant here. Oh yeah, for sure. They will love it. They always love and appreciate getting to go out. They're yeah, yeah, it's okay. I understood you. I'm the world's worst for typos. I can't even speak straight sometimes, let alone type it. Yeah, I'm sure that they'll want to. I'm sure they'll want to come on live when we go out to eat. They like that. Or at least the girl likes that. She likes the camera. Man, this is almost the hardest working at the farm all day. Painting is really time consuming. Man, she'd have been crawling on the ceiling if it had been real coffee. Sometimes she'll get my coffee here at the house if I'm not watching, and you'll know in about 15 minutes. Yeah, jelly beans, but it's like crack and sugar for him. Yeah, sometimes my daughter will get my coffee and drink it, and you'll know really quick that she did that. Even before you find your empty coffee cup, you'll know something happened. Because she will go absolutely crazy. The one they sell at Halloween also is dangerous for kids. What is that? The candy corn? You know that one? You give that to kids, and it's a full-blown disaster. This is getting my back pretty tired. Oh, goodness. Oh wow, it's noontime here already. Just realized it. It's okay, I can't really eat nothing anyway. My damn tooth is hurting so bad. Can't eat nothing hardly. really brutal on the back. Yeah, man, I think the color is much nicer than the blue. That's a world of difference. I'm gonna go across the street and buy me some Coke. Yeah, you're. I know I'm 12 hours ahead of East Coast, but you're on what, Central Time? Hey, give me a few minutes, guys. I'm gonna grab a Coke and maybe some snack or something soft I can chew on. Can never go wrong with chocolate chip cookies. Toothache or not, they're good. Yeah, Halloween's a nightmare for parents. But Halloween's really not celebrated here in the Philippines. I mean, just recently, you start seeing a few things at the mall. The mall will have a trick-or-treating costume thing every now or every year, but Halloween's not big here like it is in the U.S. Here it's more about All Souls Day and All Saints Day. Well, back to it, I guess. Everything's dried up. We're getting there. Almost got the living room knocked out. Could give that a few more minutes. Yeah. Yeah, it's all good, man. I understood you. I know what it's like trying to talk to your phone Hey, take care, man. Thanks for stopping by. And, don't work yourself too hard the next couple weeks. Get your nose being on your nose, don't show pride to me about it. Oh, made a mess again. Go piggy. I was actually kind of concerned about this color, but it looks pretty good. Moving right along. My back is screaming. remember a little late, but at least I remembered.
Wow.
Way too big. Guess my small wrench is at the front. Oh, that fits. I think. Yep. Yeah, that's what I did last time. Now we get all of that with no problem. Always forget how that works from one year to the next, from one painting to the next. that pretty much knocks out the living room here. Screw back in place. And work on this door for a minute while I'm here also. See the problem with this stuff? It's just rusted. There we go. That's going to be replaced soon. And put a little oil on it to help it burn out. Yeah, I think this guide off and remake it. It's rusted up pretty bad. That's okay for now. Alright, so move it on. Moving on to the dining room. You take those curtains completely off and wash them. What's happening? There we go. That is lizard poop. I really is lizard poop. Give me just a few minutes here, guys. I need to take a breather. Need to stretch my back for a few minutes. I'm pretty tired now. Gotta keep going. Gotta have something to show your boss lady when she gets home. Nothing short of a finished job or being out of paint will work. I'm actually hoping I've run out of paint. But apparently that's not going to happen. Anyway, it's okay. She was excited about getting the walls painted. So when I got the opportunity, I might as well do it. I don't always have the time. When I do have the time, I don't always feel like it. It's something we've been meaning to do for quite a while now. It just seems to always get put on the back burner. I always look at it and say, oh, I'll get that next month. Next month I'll look at it again. I'll get that next month. I tend to procrastinate certain jobs quite a bit. It's not that I don't like painting. Just, as you can see, it is time consuming. This eats up at least 2 or 3 days. I would rather stand in the farm. I can get it taken care of, and I'm free from it for the next year, at least. birthday. Not today. Oh, no, thank you. Busy working. They look pretty good. I don't have time to fix it. Somebody just came by selling fresh harvested broccoli. Something here that nothing to mess with. Holder it is. I don't have a fan plugged in. No wonder I'm dying here. There we go. Oh, that is the worst part. And again, full of blue balls at this time. Again, it's right beside of me. I'm not sure what that mess was, but anyway, I got it up. Dog toys everywhere. Dog everywhere. Just gotta keep everything out of the way now. I'm not running out of places to put stuff. Oh, this is almost torturous. I'm still here. Just fighting the paintbrushing stuff still. Whew. Goodness. That is not my idea of fun. Great. Another mess. This is like the freaking never-ending job. Goodness. I go to this paintbrush part one more time. And it will be all roller duty after that. Oh, really? How stupid can I be? Okay. But proof positive, I'm really getting tired. Gonna hold it a little bit longer. A little bit longer. And why is there an army of ants walking across my fresh paint? Call this the Philippines, that's why. We got lots of ants here. They're not generally bothersome. There should be food out on any surface in the house. I guess they get hungry also, right? Where did I get up there? My brain is fried today. Like completely fried. Finished up before the kids get home. But seeing as how it's 2 o'clock already, I don't know if that's going to happen. Oh, back in the fork. Oh, not quite done yet. I'm excited prematurely. Now we are done with the annoying paintbrush. Oh. Maybe another hour or two. I just looked. Well, I can see an end in sight. Just don't know when it's going to take me to get to it. Give me just a few minutes here. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to stretch my back a little bit. This is kind of on the brutal side. Yeah, you can stay and watch the door all you want. It's not going nowhere though. I don't think it'll walk off. But be my guest, watch it. I can even give you a better view of it if you want. Close up shot maybe. One more coat to go. I think I'm starting to hear a bit of thunder. Maybe about that time of the storm. We've been getting quite a few pretty nasty storms lately. Mostly in the late afternoon, but some of them came quite early. They normally pop up around 4 or 5. But the one we had yesterday, I think it must be around 2 o'clock when it started. They got here really early. Yeah, I know this is boring stuff, but I'd much rather be at the farm. But this is also part of everyday life shit. Gotta take care of your house also. All right, I'm gonna take a break for just a minute. Catch my breath and assess the situation here. We're about halfway done with the kitchen there. Or halfway done with the second coat. So we'll be finishing this up pretty soon. I just gotta muster up enough willpower to go on. That's the hard part. All right, let's get this knocked out. We'll get this knocked out so I can get everything cleaned up now when the kids get home. Ooh. That wasn't good. Splat right in the floor. A big wet booger. Oh, enough of that. Can't be having more accidents like that. I'll never get finished. Yep, that's definitely thunder right here. Not that it affects me any. I'm inside today, but We're at the finish line, finally. Made it. I'm starting to wonder if I was actually going to make it or not. Alright, there we go, guys. That is our day's worth of work. Painting the living room and the dining room. So, I'm going to call it done for the day. That is it. I got nothing else left in me. All I want to do now is kick back and relax. But first, gotta clean up. So yeah, there's always that waiting for you at the end. There's always something else waiting for you. We'll touch that spot here. Like it never happened. But that's going to be it for today, guys. I don't know what we'll be into tomorrow. I think the kids are out of school. And I think I have to do some stuff that involves them tomorrow. I'm not sure. My wife sent me a message, something about when I will need some vaccinations. So we'll see what's up. If at all possible, we'll be at the farm tomorrow. If I have to do something with them, like your normal childhood vaccinations going on, then we will not be at the farm. We'll be here in the city somewhere. So maybe there'll be a live stream tomorrow. Hopefully from the farm. Maybe not from the farm. Maybe not a live stream. Wish I'd see what's going on. I don't know what's going on yet. Life gets pretty complicated and uncertain sometimes. Well, yeah, so thanks everybody for tuning in today. Welcome to our new subscribers. And glad our old subscribers stopped by and hung out with us for a while today. It's been a long ass 8 hours. I can tell you that. I'm more tired now than I am a day at the farm. But yeah, that's going to be it for today, guys. Really appreciate everybody stopping by, hanging out, chatting, checking out the channel, what we got to offer here. So I will see you all in the next live stream, which will be tomorrow or the next day. So, have a great day wherever you're at. Great night, great morning, whatever time it is there, anywhere in between. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm out. Gonna clean up and rest. Thanks again, guys.